We have a couple backpacks left for the goat show. Luke Burkhart, Jada Clark, and Chloe Taylor. If you guys need your backpack, please come to the announcer stand now. Once again, Luke Burkhart, Jada Clark, and Chloe Taylor. Welcome to the 2024 Belmont County Junior Fair Goat Show, sponsored by Barnesville Livestock. Entering now for Pee Wee Showmanship, Axton Lee, Rebel Lucas, Ruckus Lucas, Bennett Sexton, Colin Starr, Abby Welch, and Isaac Welch. Judge, this is your class. Our judge today is Jim Wilson. He is from Lancaster, Ohio. Jim has raised all breeds of goats for 35 years. He has been judging livestock shows for over 40 years. Jim has been a 4-H advisor for 37 years. He also retired professor of animal science at Wilmington College. Jim is also the owner of Wilson Livestock Services. Let's welcome Jim Wilson as our judge. On deck for senior showmanship is Aiden Andrews, Caitlin Aragoni, Callie Essen Brzezinski, Luke Costello, Carson Johnson, and Rylan Leister.
it's always a challenge figuring out how to work the mics. Welcome, everybody. Pee-wee showmanship is one of the favorite things I have to do. I get to travel all over the country. For those of you that don't know me, I've been on the road for the last, I don't know, 2 weeks. My day job, they haven't seen me for a while, but these young people, first and foremost, let's give them a round of applause. This is fun. These young people will realize down the road, we'll talk about this a lot today, showmanship's a microcosm of life. You learn lots of life lessons through showmanship. Well, it doesn't matter whether you're showing a chinchilla or a steer. So these young folks, they are the future of your program. Make sure you encourage them. The people that allowed them to use their goats, make sure you thank them, because not every fair does this and does this well. This young lady we're starting with here was locked in the whole time. Pushed that old goat around, made that goat do what she wanted to do, set the feet, head up. You gotta like young people that got that kind of drive. We've got a young lady in second, she got the old bear hug on that goat, but by God, she knew where I was all the time, and that's just super important. The young man down here got that same bear hug, but he was setting feet, doing all the things he needed to do. And I tell you, for you older young people that are sitting out on the sidelines, I like young people that can set feet and know where those feet need to be. As we work down the line, you know, we've got young people that show with your head up. Make sure you pay attention. Make sure you know where the judge is all the time. But y'all are doing a fantastic job. And I want y'all to smile, make sure they all get good pictures, okay? All right, let's give them a round of applause. Great job.
First place, Abby Welch. Second place, Rebel Lucas. Third place, Axton Lee. Fourth place, Ruckus Lucas. Fifth place, Isaac Welch. Sixth place, Colin Starr. Seventh place, Bennick Sexton. Entering now for senior showmanship, Aiden Andrews, Caitlin Aragoni, Callie Essen Brzezinski, Luke Costello, Carson Johnson, and Rylan Meister. On deck for senior showmanship, Elijah Messenger, Nathan Moore, Olivia Phillips, Ella Petranton, and Kirsten Unruh. Judge, this is your class.
they told me, first of all, let's give these folks a round of applause. They told me to place the top two, and I'm going to talk to all these young people, these two young men up here. In terms of showing presence, they hit the ring, they found me quickly, and what I look for is someone that is looking at me saying, don't worry about everybody else, this is my show. I am here to win this. And I can't teach that. That's something that's got to come from down in you. And the good showmen have that. They have that innate drive. And I believe both of these young people have that kind of drive for beginners. But they should be every angle they go. The young man in front should be a little more, I believe, than the young man in second. When I'm in front of that goat, I want to see the front of that goat. I'm not concerned with your hey dudes or which boots you have or anything else. I'm there to look at the front end of that goat. So I want you off to the side. I want people to set feet. I want to know that you've worked at home and you understand how that goat looks its best. And you can show me that. Whether the feet are a little further back, whether they're a little further in, whether the front feet are pulled forward to make the animal look longer. Those are the things I look for. I look for young people that have practiced at home and that have worked out in front of a mirror or had somebody video them or something like that. As we work down the line, my advice to some of you young people is your goats just aren't good enough partners for you today. They don't work well for you, you know. I'll use football for an example because I'm a part-time football coach as well. It's a team effort. You've got to have the buy-in from everybody there. If your goat's not on the same page as you are, it's going to be a long day. And that comes with work. A lot of times it's just dumb luck. But honestly, a lot of work makes goats better teammates for you, or steers or chinchillas, giraffes, whatever you're showing. So my advice to you, make sure that you're showing me the front of the goat when I'm in front, you're in front of the goat when I'm behind, to make sure that goat goes forward. Again, let's give these young folks a round of applause. Just an awesome class.
Entering the ring now for senior showmanship, Elijah Messenger, Nathan Moore, Olivia Phillips, Ella Petranton, and Kirsten Unruh. On deck for overall senior showmanship, Carson Johnson, Rylan Leister, and the top two of this class. Is there anyone that would like to present the first place senior goat showmanship sponsored by Save Right Pharmacy? If so, please come to the announcer stand now.
let's give these young folks a round of applause. One of the things, I'm a tick different than some. I don't ask a lot of questions unless I get a really tight pair or tight trio and I need to separate them. I think skill-a-thons and things like that do a good enough job of teaching you where the goat parts are and things like that. And when we're at this point, I just want to make sure you can show me that goat. Now, one of the things I talked to one young lady about is carve your spots. Make sure that you've got plenty of room. Give yourself enough room. Remember what I said about showmanship's a microcosm of life. People are going to get too close to you, and you need to get them away from you. And young lady, I sincerely mean that. Make sure, give yourself enough room to do the things you want to do. Make a plan. When you, and these two young people that we started with, I think they had a plan when they came in. They knew exactly what they wanted to do. Not saying you didn't, but they executed their plan just a little better, I think, than you guys did. Make sure that you're showing me the front of the goat when I'm in front. Make sure you're giving yourself enough space. Young man, I don't care what you show your goat with. Make sure it fits right. That's a big key, and I see lots of kids struggle with these halters. They never get them on quite right, and they're always fighting with them. Make sure, if you're going to use it, make sure it works right. If you're going to use a collar or a chain or whatever, make sure it's the right length. It will make your show a whole bunch easier. These two young people up here again came into the ring with a plan. They're making good eye contact. They stayed up. I like young people to walk around that front shoulder of their goat. Once you get further back on that goat and you let the goat get ahead of you, it just doesn't look as good. It doesn't look as good when the goat's walking behind you. So make sure you're staying right on the shoulder of that goat. These young people do a fantastic job. Give them a round of applause.
Entering the ring now for overall senior showmanship, Carson Johnson, Rylan Leister, Elijah Messenger, and Ella Francis. On deck for intermediate showmanship, Anna Andrews, Adeline Blakely, Abby Brocklehurst, Cassidy Brzezinski, Bailey Cliff, Aaron Crawford, Dominic Crum, and Aiden Dillon. And Alexandria Jordan. Judge, this is your class.
Great drive of seniors. Give them a round of applause. As we look at our young man in first, not a lot of holes here. If you watched him, when I came around to look at the front of that goat, he resets the front of that goat every time and makes it the way it needs to be. That's preparation. You came in with a plan. Those back feet, you pull that goat forward, you get those back feet set correctly. Those back feet are rarely out of place. Your ring presence is really good. I always like young people to show with their heads up. And if I had to fix one thing about you, I'd like to see you to show with your head up just a little more, but you win this class pretty easily. Young man in 2-hole, I tell you what, he's an awfully good showman. I love the style and the space he gives me. He allows me to see that every angle of that goat. We just got a game, sometimes I caught him on the wrong side when I was in front there at the end, and I think that made a difference for me, but he's a really good showman. Young lady in third, again, another really intense showman, and I like that. I like young people that they can smile every once in a while, but they're here to win this thing. And young lady, you have that kind of drive. Like I said earlier, I can't teach that. That's got to come from in here. And you have that. You just got to go that doesn't quite work as well for you today as the two young men up ahead of you, but you do a really good job. Young man in fourth, we just got to make sure we get those feet right. He's as good as there is around the front of that goat. We just got to make sure we get those back feet right to match those front feet. But all four of these are awfully good showmen. Let's give them a round of applause.
First place, Senior Goat Showmanship, Rylan Leister. Second place, Senior Goat Showmanship, Elijah Messenger. And third place, Senior Goat Showmanship, Ella Petranton. Entering now for Intermediate Showmanship. Anna Andrews, Adeline Blakely, Abby Brocklehurst, Cassidy Brzezinski, Bailey Cliff, Aaron Crawford, Dominic Crum, and Alexandria Dornan. On deck for Intermediate Showmanship, Zoe Crawford, Trenton Brzezinski, Evian Blakely, Castellin Dornan, Maxwell Dubell, Adeline Heath, Caitlin Joswiak, and Mason Kosher. Judge, this is your class.
set that foot to Let's give these young folks a round of applause. As we work through these, there's some things and you know what the cool thing about goat showmanship is? These market goat showmanships, there's no manual. There's no right or wrong way. Today it's my way, tomorrow it's somebody else's way. You know, but keeping the feet set correctly, eye contact, being on the right side of the goat, things like that, those are pretty much universal. We got to make sure we're doing those things. And you guys, for the most part, are doing the good eye contact. We move some people around on the goats to make sure we can see the goats to the best of their ability. I never liked it. I talked with one young lady about passing the lead behind her back. Nothing good ever happens when you pass the lead behind your back. That's a recipe sometimes for goats getting away. Our two young ladies we used over here showed me the most of the best in this class. There are some things I'd like to change. The young lady in the black pants, I want to see more of that goat. Love the intensity. Don't let me scare you. Don't be jerky around that goat. Be nice and fluid. You know I'm here. So don't let me get up behind you and say, oh God, he's over here. And move to and whip over to the other side, because that just throws your goat all out of whack. Young lady over here does a really nice job. Really manages this goat well. We got to set those feet a little bit. I would recommend you pull that goat forward and lock those front feet in a little better, because he's kind of unstuck, like he's cold or got a little tummy problem or something like that. We got to make sure that goat looks as good as he can all the time. Let's give him a round of applause.
Entering the ring now for intermediate showmanship: Zoe Crawford, Trenton Brzezinski, Evian Blakely, Castellin Dornan, Maxwell Dubell, Adeline Heath, Taylor Josiak, and Mason Kosher. On deck for intermediate showmanship: Dakota Heath, Lillian Blakely, David Ludy, Casey Mell, Blake Messenger, Douglas Palmer, Kira Phillips, Reese Ritter, and Addison Rowe. Judge, this is your class. The first place winners from junior, intermediate, and senior showmanship classes of the current year will compete for the Master Showman. The winner of the Master Showmanship classes will be the top showman of the species. Once the Master Showman is selected, the showman who placed second to that showman will enter the ring. This process will continue until the top 5 showmen of the species have been selected. Only showmen who placed first, second, or third within their respective age divisions from junior, intermediate, and senior showmanship categories will be eligible to participate in the top 5 showman selection. This is the order of showmen that will be used to determine eligibility for the Showman of Showmen contest. The 2024 Belmont County Junior Fair Outstanding Project Knowledge Awards for goats were Breeding Dairy Goat Senior, Haley Hall; Breeding Meat Goat Senior, Emma Welch; Companion Pet Goat Junior, Jane Begay; Market Goat Junior, Dakota Heath, David Ludy, Liam Rowe, Breland Schnee, and Madison Springer; Market Goat Senior, Mason Coder, Jacob Baker, and Emma Welch.
All right, let's give these young folks a round of applause. As we work through these, there's the things that I expect to see. Young people on the wrong sides of the goats. We got to make sure we see the fronts of the goats. And I catch grief about it a lot, but here's my philosophy when I'm judging these showmanship. I'll make my first pass through. I'll make some corrections, maybe some suggestions to these young people. I want to see if they take my advice. Because I'm telling you, remember, showmanship and life go together. Be teachable. Take what I tell you, because obviously that's what I want to see. If I make that first pass and say, hey, you got to show me more of the front of the goat, set that back feet, don't go behind the goat, things like that. If I see you do it again, then that automatically pushes you down. If I see you make those adjustments, I say, man, this gets good. And that's how you move up. It doesn't do me a lot of good to beat you up on the microphone and then not teach you how to do it correctly. So, again, take the things I tell you, take a little bit of it and go back and say, man, that old man told me this. Maybe he's got a point. So just think about those things. These two young people we've got out here, give me, again, the most of the best. Are they perfect? No. We've got some things we got to work on. Like the young man right here in the back, you need to swap sides. There you go. We got to make sure we're on the right side of the goat. But for the most part, you guys showed me the most of the best in this class. You're showing me the fronts of the goats. You came in with a plan. You're setting these goats correctly. Your eyes are up. Those are the things I look for as we get into the younger groups. Again, let's give them a round of applause.
Entering the ring now for intermediate showmanship, Dakota Heath, Lillian Blakely, David Ludy, Casey Mell, Blake Messenger, Douglas Palmer, Kira Phillips, Reese Ritter, and Addison Rowe. On deck for intermediate showmanship, Berlin Schnee, Liam Rowe, Madison Springer, Anthony Stein, Jason Stupak, Taylor Sudo, Chloe Taylor, and Lydia Welch. Judge, this is your class.
All right, let's give these young folks a round of applause as we work through these. We had a young man, I pulled him out pretty quick. He had a really good idea of what he needed to do in here. He got it done as soon as we pulled him out. His coat got loose, but that notwithstanding, you do a pretty nice job of showing me every angle. Young lady up here, I went back and forth. Do I use her? Do I not use her? Made a couple suggestions to her. I said, you know, and you said that you didn't think that girl was capable of doing that, but you did it for me. You got it out here, you got off on the side of that goat, you showed him to me. I'd like you, the next step is to fix the top line on that goat. Tap that bottom of that belly a little bit and bring that top line up a little bit and shorten up that stance and make that goat look just a tick better. That's all part of showmanship. Again, when you have a showmanship apparatus, whatever, I don't care what you use. Each show with a rubber band as far as I'm concerned, but I want to make sure that it's on there and you know how to use it. So make sure that whatever apparatus you're using, you're using it correctly, and it's the one you use during the summer when you're working your animals. You don't want to surprise your animals at all. Make sure we're staying on the right sides of the goat. Show me every angle of those animals. That's what I'm looking for. Let's give another round of applause.
Entering the ring now for intermediate showmanship. Berlin Schnee, Liam Rowe, Madison Springer, Anthony Stein, Payson Stupek, Taylor Studo, Chloe Taylor, and Lydia Welch. On deck for intermediate showmanship. Seth Shoemaker, Jacob Thaker, Emma Welch, Mariah West, Taylor Stein, Rory Wines, Gage Workman, Bernie Mel, and Layla Evans. Judge, this is your class.
let's give these young folks a round of applause. As we work through these, there's some things I talked to the young lady in the Paisley shirt out here. It's because she's a really good showman, but we can't be walking in front of our goat. We want to walk beside the goat. That's the way the goat looks best. I think she's got a pretty good idea of what she wants to do. We've got some goats out here that just don't handle as well today. Young lady up here in front's got one with a softer top. We got to pull those back legs in. I told you, I'm not exceptionally bright. You can fool me all if you want. Bring those back legs in just a little bit and see if you can help that top line just a little bit. These two young ladies here, I made a couple suggestions to them. The taller young lady, I didn't have to tell you a whole lot. You had a pretty good idea of what you wanted to do out here. Young lady in front, I just want to see more of the front of that goat. And once I suggested to you and made that pass back around, you were right where I wanted to be. I appreciate that. Let's give them a round of applause.
Entering the ring now for intermediate showmanship, Seth Shoemaker, Jacob Thaker, Emma Welch, Mariah West, Taylor Stein, Rory Wines, Gage Workman, Brody Mell, and Layla Evans. On deck for overall intermediate showmanship. From Class 1, Anna Andrews, Abby Brocklehurst. From Class 2, Evian Blakely, Mason Kosher. From Class 3, Dakota Heath, Blake Messenger. Class 4, Chloe Taylor, Lydia Welch, and the top two of this class. Judge, this is your class. The first place intermediate goat showmanship sponsor is Kathy Harris. If you are in the crowd and would like to present the award, please come to the announcer stand.
the second quarter is starting to get a little better. That first quarter and a half was rough.
All right, let's give these young folks a round of applause. If we work through it and make some corrections, please don't take these things to heart and go back and say, man, that guy beat me up in the ring. You guys are good showmen. You're doing the basic things right. You stay on the right side of the good. You show with your head up. You're not going behind the good. Those are the things. If you can master those little things, the big things come very easy. Showmanship is about managing the little things. If you can manage it, again, if you manage the little things, the big things become very simple. We've got two over here. The young lady in the plaid down here just kind of rose to the top. I wish your goat led a little better for you. I really do. It would make it a lot easier to evaluate you on the move. And if that goat's got a later life, if he's not the grand champion today, and you're thinking, man, he's going to go to Louisville or wherever else you might take him, it would behoove you to make sure that he can walk and walk well. Young lady out here, the other young lady I used, you had to work your way into this, and you did a good job. You got better as you went, and that's a good way to do it. I'd rather you be good from the very beginning, but you figured it out, and you said, okay, I know what this guy expects, so I'm going to do it. My hat's off to you. You did a good job. Give another round of applause.
Entering now for overall intermediate showmanship. Anna Andrews, Abby Brocklehurst, Evian Blakely, Mason Coer, Dakota Heath, Blake Messenger, Chloe Taylor, Lydia Welch, Emma Welch, and Mariah West. On deck for junior showmanship. Aubrey Alar, Cecilia Brocklehurst, Jada Clark, Mila Crum, Brooklyn Detling, Bruce Dornan, Kathleen Heath, Kinsley Josiak, and Hannah Ogilvie. Judge, this is your class.
go ahead, give them a round of applause. This is an awfully good set of showmen. I have never been blessed enough to be a cheerleader fair. This is my first year, and I always wonder what kind of showman am I going to see. Young people, you've not disappointed me. I'm proud of you. You've done a nice job. We've got some things to work on. Hopefully I gave you some things you can go back to the barn and chew on a little bit. When you come out for breeding goat showmanship or market goat showmanship, hopefully you can, or for the show, you can change some things. And because a lot of kids just throw showmanship out the window when they get to the market show things. Folks, I'm telling you, it can make a difference if you can exhibit your goats. So take that back with you. Young lady we're on the chart again shows me the most the best today. Just made the necessary adjustments. Done the thing, shows me every angle of that goat. She has a plan when she comes in the ring. She saw that the whole line was taken up, so what she did, she carved her own spot. Set up out there, get a little bit behind, and got that goat set to where he needed to be. Young lady in second, show me the front of that goat just a little more, but I like the intensity. I don't think I can make you smile if I tickle you with a feather. There you go. And that's okay. I see these young people walking out here with these fake grins on their face, and that kind of gets me a little bit. But I want you to have some degree of intensity. Young lady in the 3-hole, again, came out with a plan. I really like the way you show. I'd like to see a little more space between you and that goat on the side. But young lady, you're a fantastic showman. Congratulations.
First place intermediate goat showmanship, Emma Welch. Second place intermediate goat showmanship, Chloe Taylor. Third place intermediate goat showmanship, Lydia Welch. Entering now for junior showmanship, Aubrey Alar, Cecile Brockerhurst, Jada Clark, Mila Crum, Brooklyn Detling, Bruce Dornan, Kathleen Heath, Kinsley Josiak, and Hannah Ogilvie. On deck for junior showmanship, Vivian Lee, Raylan Lucas, Danny Mann, Bradley Messenger, JT Moore, Laura Ogilvie, Kylie Phillips, William Smutney, and Daughtery Scott. Judge, this is your class.
Let's give them all a round of applause. This is a nice set. It's great to teach these young people things, teaching them how to rotate around the goat. Many people rotate way too quickly and cut off a judge's view. I always use that when my shoulder meets your shoulder, that's when you spin. And again, showmanship's cool because there's not many rules for it. But we've got some things. We got to make sure you're staying on the right side of the goat. We've got to make sure your head's up all the time, and then you're getting those feet set. And I know I'm beating a dead horse, but man, you got to work on that at home, whether you're putting them on a stand or whether you're just doing it in front of a mirror, or whether your little brother videos you with his phone. Know what that goat looks like when it's set up correctly. These two young people here showed me the most of the best. They got in the ring. They executed their plan. They got their goat set up right. When I came, they showed me the front of the goat. There's some things we can fix with these two, and I'll talk to them about that. But they do the nicest job of the group in terms of showing me their goats. Let's give them another round of applause.
The top two from this class that will be coming back for overall showmanship is Brooklyn Detling and Kinsley Joswiak. Entering now for junior showmanship, Vivian Lee, Raylan Lucas, Danny Mann, Bradley Messenger, JT Moore, Laura Ogilvie, Kylie Phillips, William Smutney, and Daughtery Stark. On deck for junior showmanship, Oakley Ogilvie, Max Messenger, Eva Smutney, Dolly Sparks, Lemon Star, Austin West, Anthony Welch, Lillian Wise, Josie Hunter, and Blinley McFarland. Judge, this is your class.
I won't keep a tie on yet. We do this for the surprise. We don't even own a tie. Those are hard to do. Here's the thing. This is like a tie. Okay, I'm going to get it. You are going to find it. What do you think? So, what's your black tie up there?
That's COVID. Okay. That's what I wore for wedding.
Okay.
Okay. Probably.
Okay. No worries. I don't know. I don't know if we'll get the best, but I hope they're crazy. It's kind of like the situations that with Brian. You never don't go too extreme. Okay. Yeah, that's good. And like I said, these don't last. And I'm back there and dressed. What's it? They don't last at home. They'll all. Like I said, Brian, it's going to be a great t-shirt underneath it. You make it look I can get it. I'm just going to give it to you. Oh, I know what she's like. She's so mean. My mother's so mean.
I think it's funny.
My picture and yours are like this and hers. And I think we can try to transfer the money so that as she gets older, she's going to look like it.
I think it's funny too. If they don't think it's funny, too bad.
Thank you. How are you?
Okay, you.
Pretty good.
Yeah. So you're going to get our portrait, yeah?
I don't know, I'm just having yours embroidered Y-O-U-R-S. And mine, M-I-N-E. Now think about it, when I go to make a book case, it's mine and you get yours. Because if I have one, it's mine. If you have the other one, it's not yours, it's mine. It's yours.
I thought you said you put yours my picture on. That would be me. And that's what it looks like when you get it.
I don't want to get it. Go ahead, no, keep coming. Keep coming.
I said, give my daughter credit. At least say I do, and then poison your kids off.
I said, no, it's a couple weeks after.
At least we talk, you say I do, so you use all this shit. He looked at me and said, yeah, I realized it's not much better than that. I'm watching, I'm not trying to live, but I'm watching clients and they start telling me what all they want for services. Instead of trying to half, huh? Shipping provider. That's just a half one, right? Or the shipping provider. So you have to have it.
There your seat.
Well, I was gonna say, 'cause like some of my destinations are not that certain. I can get to that.
All right, let's give these young folks a round of applause. We've got some things to work on. I talked to the young people. These are the things I expect to see with young people this age. We got to make sure we get to the right side of the goat. We got to make sure that we can handle our goats. If you're a young person, you're new to this, it doesn't do you much good to have a wild goat that you can't handle. So you got to make sure you have one that works pretty well. These two young people out here, the young lady in the paisley shirt's got that killer look to her that got a smile out of her. She does a nice job. The goat just doesn't handle quite as well as maybe it should. She do a nice job making up for that. Young lady out on the other end does a really good job showing me every angle of that goat. Not a lot of holes in that young lady. Again, let's give them all a round of applause.
The top two from this class that will be coming back for overall showmanship is Raylan Lucas and Bradley Messenger. Entering the ring now for junior showmanship. Oakley Ogilvy, Max Messenger, Eva Smutney, Dally Sparks, Lennon Starr, Austin West, Anthony Welch, Lillian Wise, Josie Hunter, and Blanley McFarland. On deck for overall junior showmanship, Brooklyn Detling, Kinsley Joswiak, Raylan Lucas, Bradley Messenger, and the top two from this class. Judge, this is your class.
Good, she did good. Well, no bucking, no whining, wow. last year. We were all sitting in here, we looked at each other, and we went, oh shit, was that the really bad? We go, we were having one of those ones, why I think it is. Susan sees everybody takes off. And now she's got a little while to wait. Wow. And then she's in class. They have the overall championship. And that's in the class. That was this year. That was actually.
All right, again, let's give these young people a round of applause. It's a nice set of young people. I see a lot of young people with big wide stances, and I'll tell you what my opinion on that is strictly my opinion. You've got, when you stretch out really wide, you tend to envelop that goat. And it's kind of hard for the judge to see if you've got those legs spread really wide. I've got a son, my oldest son is 6'7". And I know it's hard to believe I'm 5'8", but he would stretch out really big when he showed lambs and when he showed goats, and we kind of jockeyed with his stance a little bit, and I'm telling you, you see a lot more of the goat that way. So, and as you get older and you get taller, you'll appreciate that, because standing like this, if you're a big person, is tough to do. So, again, make sure we stay on the right side of the goat. Make sure you keep your eyes up, your heads up, know where I'm at all the time. You know I'm in the ring. Don't let me surprise you and sneak up on you. These two young people, young lady in the front, you've got one that is hard to handle. You never lost your composure. You came in with a plan. I knew exactly what you were going to do. Every time that goat misbehaved, got out of position, you locked it in. You did the same thing every time. That's called practice, and that's how we get better. Good job. Young man down there did an awful good job. Again, same procedure every time. That's how we got to get better. Let's give him a round of applause.
Entering the ring now for overall junior goat showmanship, Brooklyn Detling, Kinsey Joswiak, Raylan Lucas, Bradley Messenger, Anthony Welch, and Josie Hunter. Judge, this is your class. The first place Junior Goat Showmanship Award is sponsored by Garrison Stock Farm. If you're in the crowd and would like to present the award, please come to the announcer stand. On deck for Master Goat Showmanship, Rylan Leister, Emma Welch, and the winner of this class. On standby, Elijah Messenger, Ella Petranton, Chloe Taylor, Lydia Welch, in second and third place in this class.
awfully good set of showmen here. Give them another round of applause. I hope the older generation of showmen is watching, because they're coming for you. This is an awfully good set. We've got a young lady here that there's just not a lot of holes in her. She does everything the way she needs to in terms of her positioning around the goat. She has a plan. She does exactly what she wants to do when she gets in here. The goat is her teammate. The goat does exactly, she asks that goat to do something, and that goat just shook his head no. That goat does what she needs that goat to do, and she does a good job of it. Young man, in second, as you grow and get bigger, you're going to get nothing but better as you're able to move those goats around on your own. You have a tough time kind of holding that dude around. It's because he's a big, strong goat, and you're not real big. You'll get there. You're doing a nice job. You do everything the way you need to. I wish he behaved a little better for you, because that will do nothing but enhance the things that you do. Young lady in third, I just had to wait for you to execute your plan. You had to get your goat in there and get into the right spot once you did. And I'll tell you, I'll be a little bit critical. That goat's got to lead better for you. He's got to do better that way. But once you get him locked in and you get to do the things you want to do, your lights out. You do a nice job. These young people down here, it is no bad thing to be where you are. You do a good job. You're on the right side of the goat. You show with your heads up. Continue to show me the fronts of the goat. Understand, talk to your parents, your 4-H advisors. Know how your goat looks its best, and show it to me that way. Whether that's practicing with a mirror, or videotaping, or however it is. Do those things, you'll get nothing but better. Let's give a round of applause.
First place junior goat showmanship, Raylan Lucas. Second place junior goat showmanship, Anthony Welch. Third place junior goat showmanship, Josie Hunter. Entering the ring now for master goat showmanship, Rylan Leister, Emma Welch, and Raylan Lucas. On deck for master goat showmanship, Elijah Messenger, Ella Petranton, Chloe Taylor, Lydia Welch, Anthony Welch, and Josie Hunter. Judge, this is your prize. The Master Goat Showmanship sponsor is Wild Tour Goat Farm, Danny and Laura Wilds.
Okay, as I understand the format is I pick one and they feed me another one. So I'll get on the mic early and we'll talk about a couple things here that I'm looking for. Again, hopefully I sound like a broken record. We want young people to come in with a plan, young people that have practiced practice. They know exactly what they want to do. Your goats have to be good teammates. Some judges get hung up on neck angles and things like that. I'm not such a big fan of that as long as you are presenting your goat to the best of its ability. The goats do look better when that neck goes straight down into that shoulder as opposed to being this way or back. The goats look better when they're looking straight ahead, not when they're looking at the ceiling. They're more comfortable. I asked one young lady, do your goats walk around in the barn looking up all the time, or in the pasture looking up all the time? They don't. And so as we crank these heads up, you're essentially shortening the amount of time that these goats are going to behave for you. We want them to behave for 15 minutes. My wife is a retired school teacher. She always said, I want an hour out of my students. I want the best hour you can give me. Young people, I want the best 15 minutes you and that goat can give me as a team. You give me the best 15 minutes you can, and I'll find you, I guarantee it. Let's put our hands together and congratulate these young folks. I'll start taking hands as they start feeding these young people. Again, awesome group of showmen.
Entering the ring now, Elijah Messenger. Entering the ring now, Anthony Welch. Entering the ring now, Chloe Taylor. Entering the ring now, Lydia Welch. Lightweight market goats on deck: Oakley Ogilvy, Ella Petranton, Taylor Stein, Mariah West, Evian Blakely, Madison Springer, Rylan Schnagg, Kirsten Unrow, and Emma Welch. Your 2024 Master Goat Showman is Rylan Leister. Entering the ring now for lightweight market goat: Oakley Ogilvy, Ella Petranton, Taylor Stein, Mariah West, Evian Blakely, Madison Springer, Rylan Schnagg, Kirsten Unrow, Emma Welch. On deck for lightweight market goat: Lydia Welch, Luke Costello, Austin West, Payson Stupek, Adeline Blakely, William Smutney, Kirsten Unrow, Madison Springer, and Carson Johnson. Judge, this is your class. Could Braylon Lucas please come to the announcer stand? Again, can Braylon Lucas come to the announcer stand?
Okay, as we switch gears and we start getting into these market animals, We've got one to begin with that's a pretty complete kind of a weather. He's certainly long from hip to shoulder. Got a really good hip, and that hip really ties in well to the front 2/3 of his body. He's really level and correct out through that really stout bone. Really just a nicely designed kind of a weather. We get in the second, we get one, we start to get a little more cover on him than our first place weather. Not quite as stout in his bone pattern, not quite as long in that rear third of his body. I do appreciate the front 2/3 of this weather. He's certainly long enough that way. I like his growthiness. There's just not enough of him, enough muscle body to get up past that first place weather. Weather in third gives you a killer look when he comes in and gets on the profile. But you put your hands on him and he gets a little soft. He's not quite as strong in that top line as the two up ahead of him. Not quite as blown apart and open through that twist as some of the other goats in the class. He's carrying a little bit extra product in that middle for me today. Just not quite good enough to get up with those other two. As we get down to the fourth place weather, we've got one that he's got a good look to it. He profiles really well, but you put your hands on him and he just gets kind of narrow. Get underneath of him and he tracks narrow as he comes to you and comes away from you. Nice tall running kind of a goat there in the next hole. One that's got some muscle to it, but again, not quite the dimension that we're looking for. As we work down the line, we've got four very similar goats here. They're different colors, but again, they're very similar in type and kind. They're tall fronted, they're long-sided goats, just not the volume of muscle there. The young lady with the red feather, I want to make a comment about you. We corrected something in showmanship for you, and you came out here and you corrected that problem. I like that. That makes an old man feel good. Let's give him a round of applause. That's a nice job.
First place, Emma Welch. Second place, Breland Schnee. Third place, Ella Petrini. Fourth place, Mariah West. Fifth place, Taylor Stein. Sixth place, Kirsten Unruh. Seventh place, Madison Springer. Eighth place, Evian Blakely. And ninth place, Oakley Ogilvy. Entering now for lightweight market goat: Lydia Welch, Luke Costello, Austin West, Casey Skupek, Adeline Blakely, William Smutney, Kirsten Unruh, Madison Springer, and Carson Johnson. On deck for lightweight market goats: Payson Skupek, William Blakely, Mila Crum, Addison Rowe, Layla Evans, Anthony Stein, Nathan Moore, Tyler Taylor, and Lennon Starr. Judge, this is your class. The 2024 Belmont County Junior Fair Goat Show is sponsored by Martinsville Livestock. All exhibitors planning to sell their animals must let the Junior Fair Board office know which animals they will be selling by tomorrow after the beef show, or they will not sell.
Face As we get through this second class of goats, we've got a really tall-fronted, Presbyterian kind of a goat to start the class with. Really appreciate the length of body that this guy has. We'd sure like to square him up in that hip just a little more, and maybe give him a little more dimension in that rack. But he's certainly good enough to win this class. And you know, they always talk about this. If he had to go another 20 or 30 pounds, he's got the frame to get bigger and get better. We've got one in second, also a good kind of a goat. Just doesn't have that big handle over the top. Just not quite as long and extended to the rear part of his body as our first place goat, but an awfully good kind of weather to look at. What the goat in third is one with a little softer kind of a top line. By that, he just doesn't have the strength in that top line. Kind of dips in behind his shoulders a little more than I'd like to see. Not quite as stylish and square out through that hip as he needs to be to get up further in the class. The young lady, that's a fresh, very good doing kind of a goat, and we appreciate him for that. Super long-sided goat kid out here in fourth. One that, again, I appreciate that length from hip to shoulder, just doesn't have that big handle, but you know, you get into the hip of that goat, that's a good level hip kind of animal. One that's got, I know this isn't a breeding kid, but that one probably got some good reproductive traits that can help her down the road. We've got a nice big tall front kind of a goat coming out next, the brown-legged one. Just gets kind of narrow down underneath, not quite as wide and expressive out through that hip as the goat in front of him. Next goat out is another big tall front of a knot, and I like that. You're going to hear me talk a lot about these big tall front animals. They tend to do better. They tend to grow better for these kids. Another tall front one that's long-sided. Again, dividing muscles in there. You get in behind him in that twist. Muscles breaks that apart. He's just not wide enough today. Big, deep-sided goat with a lot of product here in the doe kid. One that's not quite as square about that head, not quite as heavy in her bone pattern, but she gets narrow when she goes away from you. But again, it's one that looks like she's done well for you. Another tall-fronted, really attractive, eye-appealing kind of goat. Young lady, you're picking them right. You're picking the right profile goat. We just got to get some more muscle on him to move him up in the class. We've got one down here again, a good profile goat. He looks like he maybe he had a little sickness in him not too long ago or something. He looks a little wrung out. We just need to get a bigger volume of muscle in him to get up any higher in the class. Let's give him a round of applause.
First place, Carson Johnson. Second place, Luke Costello. Third place, Lydia Welch. Fourth place, Payson Stupak. Fifth place, Austin West. Sixth place, William Smutney. Seventh place, Madison Springer. Eighth place, Kirsten Unroe. And ninth place, Adeline Blakely. Entering now for lightweight market. Payson Stupak, Lillian Blakely, Mila Crum, Addison Rowe, Layla Evans, Anthony Stein, Nathan Moore, Kaiser Taylor, and Lennon Starr. On deck for lightweight market goods, Mason Kosher, Brody Mell, Dominic Crum, Kinsley Joswiak, JT Moore, Adeline Heath, Anthony Welch, Braylon Lucas, and Alexandria Norman. Judge, this is your class.
Sorry, I got rolling and didn't put my top three in the center. But there's one in this class that I just had to figure out how to get to it. And start to sort goose and find something that matches him. And once you get going, you kind of lose track. So we've got one here that's awfully good, a really well-designed kind of a weather in terms of length, in terms of correctness of top, in terms of boldness of shape. He's got a big rack about him. You get back into that loin. He's really jet level out in that loin where that hip ties into that loin really well. He's got an awfully good rear 1/3 of his body as well. Young man in second's got one that's pattern like him. When you look at him from the side, you think, wow, these two are going to be kind of similar. And then you put your hands on him, and it's good night, Irene. We go up here. I don't want to take anything away from him. He's a well-designed kind of weather. He's one that I would say is green. He's one that would look way better with 20 or 30 more pounds on him. But as he stands today, he's certainly stout-boned. He's correct about his hip. He's open in his rack. There's just not as much of it as there is in that first place good, but he's certainly a good one. We get into third, we get one that's really eye-appealing. I like him. Or her when she came out. I take her and say, you know, this is the one that could drop in behind that really good one. Just not quite as expanded through that rib cage as I like to see them. I like to see those big cracked open racks on these goats, and this one just doesn't have a little finer bone, not quite as pushed apart as the goats ahead of it. Next goat down, this doe, you take the hair off of it, there's a lot of goat there. This is one that's got a big top. Maybe not quite as good in that rear third of her body. Maybe not quite as stout as the goats ahead, but this goat's got a good top and a good rack. It's one that whether you hang her on the hook or you take her home and put her with a buck, she's going to do okay. Another pretty good profile and weather out here in the next hole. A little finer bone, not quite as big through that twist and expanded, but one that's certainly profiled well. The painted up goat is another one, a little softer in his top, not quite as strong in that top line, kind of hips in that shoulder. Again, not quite as powerful down through that forearm. We need muscle to drive that bone apart, and this guy just doesn't have it. But he's a real eye-appealing guy. You're picking the ones that profile well. We just got to give him some more muscle. We've got three down here. We'll talk together. They're all a little finer bone. They're certainly long enough. They're tall fronted. They're not quite as square in their hip structure as the goats ahead of them, but they're goats that look like they've been good feeders for you, and that's why we do it. And I'll tell you something. These goats, probably there's people up on top of the class with some of these show type weathers that wish their goats ain't as good as yours do. So some of these goats just don't eat real well. So my hat's off to you for that, for bringing us some good looking kind of weathers. Let's give them a round of applause.
First place, Kaiser Taylor. Second place, Nathan Moore. Third place, Lennon Starr. Fourth place, Payson Stupak. Fifth place, Anthony Stein. Sixth place, Addison Rowe. Seventh place, Layla Evans. Eighth place, Lillian Blakely. And ninth place, Mila Crum. Entering now for lightweight market goat, Mason Kosher, Bernie Mell, Dominic Crump, Kinsley Joswiak, JT Moore, Adeline Heath, Anthony Welch, Raylan Lucas, and Alexandria Dornan. On deck for lightweight market goat, Eva Smutney, Chloe Taylor, William Wise, Jacob Thaker, Lydia Welch, Taylor Joswiak, Hannah Ogilvie, and Anthony Stein. Judge, this is your call.
really a good pair of goats on top of this class, one that a pair that really merits studying. I talk a lot about muscle drive and Bonaparte, and this is a really good example of one that is extremely wide. You get underneath the front end of this goat, and this one's really cracked open without being outside of itself. A lot of these goats are really wide on the front end. These elbows, they come out in the elbow pockets. This one is really clean and smooth down through there. You get in behind this goat, and goat just got a ton of muscle as it walks away from you as well. Just a stout bone kind of goat. I would like to clean up that center part of that goat just a little bit. Make it like most of the rest of us, a little bit freer of some cover down in the middle. But that goat's certainly bare on top. You've done a good job of conditioning that. Really a good kind of a weather in second, and one that you can work back and forth on in terms of where you're using. I think he drops in his two-hole pretty well in terms of volume and muscle. He's certainly a correct goat. He profiles super well. Good hip loin junction. Just gets narrow up over that top and not quite as stout. He's bone pattern. Young man, that's a good kind of a weather. You're picking the right one. Goat, though in third, drops off quite a bit in terms of type and time. Just not quite the big handle. Certainly a good appearing kind of a goat. One that's carrying a little more through the middle. We need to trim that belly up just a little bit and give her a bigger volume of muscle back through that hip, and she'll be up there with the rest of them. Goat in fourth is one, again, profiles really well. Really like the way this dude looks on the move, just not quite as square about that hip and a little finer in his bone pattern. Next weather out, a big, bold kind of a weather. I really thought he would have a better handle to him than he did when I put my hands on him. He was a little soft and not quite as expanded, but he certainly gives you a good profile, and I like that about him. The dappled weather here, that's a good kind of a meat goat. And if people are just raising them to throw on the hook, that one does well all day long. I bet he's run well for you, done well for you. He just doesn't have that big volume of muscle to get up with the other ones. The three we've got down here, this young lady, we'll talk about that one, because I appreciate the length of body. You gotta pick these goats long. Long is good. And you've got one that's super long. There's just nothing in between. We gotta open him up a little more and give him a bigger volume of muscle and put him on some stouter bone, which comes with that bigger muscle. Again, let's give him a round of applause.
First place, Raylan Lucas. Second place, Anthony Welch. Third place, JT Moore. Fourth place, Mason Kosher. Fifth place, Adeline Heath. Sixth place, Dominic Crum. Seventh place, Brody Mell. Eighth place, Kinsey Doswak. Ninth place, Alexandria Dornan. Entering the ring now for lightweight market goats: Eva Smutney, Chloe Taylor, Lillian Wise, Jacob Baker, Lydia Welch, Taylin Jogliak, Hannah Ogui, and Anthony Stein. Judge, this is your class. On deck for champion lightweight market goat, Emma Welch, Carson Johnson, Kaiser Taylor, Raylan Lucas, and the first place winner of this class.
Again, two really nice ones to start this class with. We've got a wether here that we begin with that may not be the tallest fronted wether in the class. He might not be the longest bodied wether in the class, but he's sure got the most muscle. And he's the most correct in terms of that top line and that hip groin junction. You get it behind him in that twist, he's opened up. Again, it takes muscle to push these goats apart. And this dude's certainly not lacking in that respect. No, and second is one that young lady that profiles really, really well. I like the look this goat gives me. I wish she was to take longer in that rear third of her body. That you maybe put her on the goat stretcher for an extra day. I'm kidding, there's no goat stretcher. But in terms of length, the front two-thirds super long. The back third she tends to get a little shorter and steeper. Not quite as opened up in that twist, not quite as stout in her bone. She's got a good handle on top. You picked the right one and exercised her right that way. She's just not open enough that she gets down underneath. The chromed up wether next out is a super profiling type of good. I walked in, I said, boy, this is the one I want to put my hands on. He's a little softer, not quite as open through the top of his body, not quite cracked open through that rib cage, not quite as big through his twist. But boy, he's got a big old forearm in him. And again, he sure looks the part. And that's part of it. 10 to 15% of it to me is how they profile, how they look, and then they got a handle. And his handle is just a little softer, I think, than the goats up ahead of him. Young lady with the doe down there, next out is one that kind of breaks a little more behind the shoulders than I'd like to see. And young lady, you can work that out a little bit by elevating that her head just a little bit. She may not look quite like that, but she just doesn't have that bigger handle. She's a little shorter in that rear third of her body. Young man, you've got a good profile as well. I like the look this goat has, but you get in behind him and he gets super narrow in behind in that rear third of his body. I certainly like the length and correctness of this dude's top. He's got a good loin in him. We just got to open him up underneath. As we get down to these bottom three, we've got goats that are tall fronted. We've got one that's a little short sided over here, the young man with the plaid shirt. We need to stretch him out a little more. The black-headed goat, pretty good kind of a profiling goat, just not quite the muscle volume. And again, a big, tall fronted goat here, down here on the bottom, just doesn't have that volume of muscle, not quite as open in that rib cage as our goats up ahead of us. Let's give them a round of applause.
First place, Chloe Taylor. Second place, Lydia Welch. Third place, Eva Smutney. Fourth place, Hannah Ogilvie. Fifth place, Jacob Thaker. Sixth place, Anthony Stein. Seventh place, Lillian Wise. And eighth place, Taylin Joswack. Entering now for champion lightweight market goat, Emma Welch, Carson Johnson, Kaiser Taylor, Raylan Lucas, and Chloe Taylor. On deck for medium weight market goat, Caitlin Aragoni, Aubrey Alar, Bruce Dornan, Dominic Crum, Douglas Palmer, David Luby, Olivia Phillips, Kylie Phillips, Mason Kosher, Chloe Taylor, and Liam Rowe. Judge this in your class.
Okay, let's give these exhibitors a round of applause as we pick a lightweight champion. Hopefully, you're starting to see a pattern develop here. I like goats that are functional. I don't like goats that are super extreme because they're hard to raise. I mean, I've been doing this a long time, and these goats that get outside themselves and are just super flat muscles are just harder to raise. And honestly, we've got to put goats in kids' hands that will perform for them and will work for them and not cause them weeks and months of anguish and hoping they get into the fair. And I think we put together a set here that's fresh appearing, that's growthy, that's got a good body and muscle to them, and have been good doing goats for these young people. So I'm going to put down the microphone and shake the hand of our champion in this drive. Let's give him another round of applause.
Champion lightweight market goat, Chloe Taylor. Reserve champion lightweight market goat, Kaiser Taylor. Entering now for medium weight market goat, Caitlin Aragoni, Aubrey Alar, Bruce Dornan, Dominic Crum, Douglas Palmer, David Ludy, Olivia Phillips, Kylie Phillips, Mason Kosher, Chloe Taylor, and Liam Rowe. On deck for medium weight market goat, Taslin Dornan, Reese Ritter, Elijah Messenger, Mariah West, Liam Rowe, Rory Wines, Raylan Lucas, Daughtery Starr, Brody Mel, and Abby Brocklehurst. Judge, this is your class.
As we look at this class, we've got one to start with that's a little more moderate in his frame size, but one that's certainly long enough, and he's certainly squaring up over that top. He's a pretty complete kind of a weather. If I had to change him, I'd like to make him a little deeper in that rear leg and maybe give him a little more power through that forearm. But boy, he's really good up over that top. And I'm telling you, when these goats, when they look a little smaller in the class than a lot of the other ones, that means they've got more muscle in them. And that's what we've got here. This dude's just got a better volume of muscle than some of these bigger frame kind of goats, and that's why he drops in this class. Goat in second is one that profiles just super well. I really like the look this goat gives me. He's pushed apart in that front end. He's stout boned. He's cut a little narrower as you get in behind him, a little steeper in that hip, but he's certainly a good feeding kind of a goat. Just doesn't have that big power handle that our first place goat has, but I appreciate the growthiness and the amount of muscle this guy has. Goat in third is another tall front and long-sided kind of a goat. Not quite as square about that hip and not quite as open in his total design, but another good doing kind of a goat. The one in the black-headed goat down here in the forehole, another long-sided goat that doesn't have quite the volume of bone and muscle. I really like the top on this goat. Great top line, good hip. We just need a bigger volume of muscle in her to move her up any further. Another nice appearing kind of a goat, one that profiles really well down here in this 577 goat. You put your hands on those, it gets soft. We've got to clean that middle up, we've got to stout him up and blow him apart a little bit. The dappled goat, again, shoots you a nice profile, really level hip. I like that about him. Young man, pick him like that. Pick him with a good level hip on him. We just got to get a bigger volume of muscle in him. We get down here, we've got some colored goats as we work our way down. Doesn't have anything to do with the color. It's got to do with the volume of muscle and the stoutness of bone they've got. Young people pick them long, pick them tall fronted, pick big bone goats, because big bone goats equate big muscle goats if they're working fed correctly. So just keep that in the back of your heads. Nice job. Give them a round of applause.
First place, Chloe Taylor. Second place, Kylie Phillips. Third place, Olivia Phillips. Fourth place, Mason Kosher. Fifth place, Caitlin Aragoni. Sixth place, Liam Rowe. Seventh place, Douglas Palmer. Eighth place, David Luby. Ninth place, Aubrey Alar. 10th place, Bruce Dornan. And 11th place, Dominic Crum. Entering now for medium weight market goat. Jocelyn Dornan, Reese Ritter, Elijah Messenger, Mariah West, Liam Rowe, Rory Lawrence, Braylon Lucas, Daughtery Starr, Brody Mel, and Aubrey Balkhurst. On deck for medium weight market goods, Elijah Messenger, Cole McGinnis, Max Messenger, Dylan Schnee, Brooklyn Detling, Lillian Wise, Bailey Cliff, Daughtery Starr, Taylor Studo, and Blaney McFarland. Judge, this is your time. Today's judge is Jim Wilson from Blanchester, Ohio. He has raised all breeds of goats for 35 years. Jim has been judging livestock shows for 40 years. He has been a 4-H advisor for 37 years He is also a retired professor of animal science at Wilmington College. Jim is also the owner of Wilson Livestock Services. Welcome, Jim Wilson, the Goat Judge. If there are any local breeders in the crowd that would like to share your information with the Extension Office, please come to the announcer's stand.
Again, this is one of those classes where I found one I really liked. I just had to work my way up to it and figure out the path we take to get there. This, again, is one of those kind of moderate frame goats, a long-sided goat. I really like the length of body this goat shows us. I think the last goat this young lady brought in was a little shorter-sided. This one's certainly a long-sided, big-topped, big twisted kind of a goat with a big forearm. I really like this goat. Goat really trimmed along that side. Just a nicely designed kind of a weather. We get into second. This weather really surprised me. As he walked along and came in, I thought, he really profiles well. I put my hands on him. This weather's got an awfully good topping. And you get in behind him, and he's awfully good in his backside. There needs to be more of him to compete with that dude up in front. But he's certainly a good one. You're picking the right goats. I like this goat. He just needs to be more expanded through that track and a little more open. But young lady, that's a good kind of a weather. Goat in third is one that's patterned a lot like our second place goat. Just doesn't have the volume of muscle as it goes away. But young lady, that's a good top goat. It really is. A good long loin, good rack kind of goat. Again, muscle blows these goats apart, and he just doesn't have quite the volume of muscle that the goats ahead of him do. Young lady, you've got a nice long-sided goat head out here. This is a little finer bone, but really has a good top, a really growthy though. That's really well balanced front to rear. I like the length of body. This is one of those, again, I know it's not a breeding show, but this is one of those that you could go out and raise weathers with and probably do pretty well. Young man down here's got another one of those gets a little softer behind the shoulders that I like. I'd really like to strengthen that top line, but this goat's got a good old hip in him. We get the red goat down here, a good profiling kind of goat. It's just not wide enough at that hip point junction to get up any higher. Another red goat that's carrying some extra cover around the center of its body, a little steeper about the hip. These three down here are a lot the same in their type and kind. They're big, tall-fronted kind of goats that are a little shorter sided, just not quite as solid in their handle as the goats ahead of them. Let's give them a round of applause.
First place, Raylan Lucas. Second place, Ashlyn Dornan. Third place, Mariah West. Fourth place, Abby Brocklehurst. Fifth place, Elijah Messenger. Sixth place, Reese Ritter. 7th place, Brody Mel. 8th place, Daughtery Star. 9th place, Liam Rowe. 10th place, Rory Wines. Entering now for medium weight market goats, Elijah Messenger, Cole McGinnis, Max Messenger, Breland Schnee, Brooklyn Detling, Lillian Wise, Bailey Cliff, Daughtery Star, Taylor Studo, and Blaney McFarland. On deck for medium weight market goat, Blake Messenger, Vivian Lee, Maxwell Bluebell, Bailey Cliff, Dakota Heath, Bradley Messenger, Josie Hunter, Kira Phillips, Addison Rowe, and Gage Workman. Judge, this is your class.
It's really a nice even class to evaluate, and any judge will tell you that hopefully this worth their salt, that these are the harder ones to evaluate. than when you find that one that just jumps on top real easy and you just start filling holes after that. We've got one, the black-headed wether, to start with, is one that he's got a great look to him. I like, you probably liked him when you first saw him. He had that great profile, and he really does. He profiles really well. We like to square that hip up, maybe put him on some bigger running gears, but in terms of volume of muscle, in terms of everything that I hold valuable in these market goods, he puts it in a nice, neat package. He's tall fronted, he's long sided. Sure, we like to put some more muscle in. We like to put some more muscle in most of these goods, but he certainly fits the bill today and drops right in. Young man, you had the goat, the surprise, the biggest surprise I had today, because you walked in, didn't think much of this doe once you walked here. I put my hands on him, I made the comment right there, that's a big one kind of a goat. This goat has a killer top in her. She balances out really well from front to back. You get in behind her, she's not quite as open in that rear end as what I'd like to see. But boy, she's got a good top in her. And she's, again, one of those that could go either way in terms of a breeding animal. She'll hang a really desirable carcass as well. We've got a wether here in third. That's a big, good doing kind of a wether. Guys like me that like to feed goats, that's one I'll feed all day long. He's certainly got enough product in him. He's a little softer than we'd like to see, but he's tall fronted, he's big boned. We just got to work a little bit of that extra weight off of him to make him into a little better sugar to get with these other guys. We've got one down here, this doe that really does have a nice top in her in terms of the way she handles. Just kind of gets a little softer up around that shoulder. But I really like the length of body that this doe shows us. Another nice wether that's really a big wether in the rear third of his body. He just doesn't balance up well. You get in front of him and he gets tight and restricted. But you get behind him, he's big and open and deep. So we got to find that happy medium and balance him up a little more. Young man's got another big good down here that's tall fronted, just carrying more cover than we like to see. You've got a really productive looking doe here, young lady. One that's got a little more middle. We need to clean that up a little more. But a goat that's running on some big heavy bone, and we appreciate that about them. As we work down the line, we've got goats that are softer handling than the goats up ahead of them. They don't have that volume of muscle that we need. You've got one, young man, the goat I used down here on the bottom, really profiles well, but you put your hands on her and she gets really soft when we handle them along the top. We just got to have a little more muscle there. But you're picking a good kind of goat, one that's done well for you, and that's half the battle. Let's give them a round of applause.
First place, Breland Shanae. Second place, Elijah Messenger. Third place, Blaney McFarland. Fourth place, Taylor Sudo. Fifth place, Bailey Flip. Sixth place, Max Messenger. Seventh place, Brooklyn Detling. Eighth place, Lillian Wise. Ninth place, Daughtery Star. 10th place, Cole McGinnis. Entering now for medium weight market goats, Blake Messenger, Vivian Lee, Maxwell Dubell, Bailey Cliff, Dakota Heath, Bradley Messenger, Josie Hunter, Kira Phillips, Addison Rowe, and Gage Workman. Judge, this is your class. On deck for champion medium weight market goat, Chloe Taylor, Raylan Lucas, Breland Shanae, and the first place winner of this class. On standby for champion medium weight market goat, Kylie Phillips, Caslin Gordon, Elijah Messenger, and the second place winner of this class. The champion medium weight market goat is sponsored by TJ Jeffers. If you're in the crowd, come to the announcer stand if you'd like to present the award.
Another nice set of market goods to look at. The weather we're going to start with is the most complete weather in this class. He's certainly long-sided level top. That hip blue junction is about as good as you want. You get in behind him, he's certainly big and bold through that twist. We might like to open him up, make him a little deeper in that twist, but a good kind of a market good. You've got a really nice one in second, young man. One that isn't as long-sided as our first place goes. He certainly is stout toned as our first place goes. Just not the volume enough to get in behind him. He's not as big through the twist and not as open. You get in front of him, he's not quite as pulled apart in that rack. I really like the forearm on this goat. He's as good a forearm goat as we see, and that's a good indicator of external muscle. Is that, but he's a good kind of goat, just doesn't have that big handle on top that our first place goat had. The big dapple goat in third kind of worked his way up there by default. He's tall fronted, youthful appearing. He's got a pretty good handle on him. You get up on top of him, he's a little softer around that middle, but boy on top he handles okay. He's a little finer bone. We want to put him on bigger running gears, but he's a good feeding kind of a goat that's probably done really well for you. Goat in fourth is a big-sided kind of a weather. He's really deep body from his top line to his belly. He's got a little bit of extra product in him that we like to clean up. But I'm telling you folks, these are good feeding kind of goats that do well for you in his projects. Another one quite the same, the next one down, one that's a little finer bone, not quite as long from hip to shoulder as our goats in front of him, and a little steeper about the hip, not quite as big a handle on top. We've got a really big middle goat with a softer top down here, one that looks like he's grown well. He's about done. He's one that he's ready for the rail in terms of his carcass quality. The four we've got down here, as we get into bigger goats, we get goats that have more cover on them. And the challenge is to find goats that either don't put that cover on or figure out how to take that cover off. So my challenge to you is exactly that. Find ways to either slim them down just a little bit, and that doesn't mean take the feet away from them, that means exercise and work. But we gotta find ways to trim these goats up just a little bit. But they're tall, fun, and they're good doing goats, and I do appreciate that about them. Let's give them a round of applause.
First place, Gabe Workman. Second place, Blake Messenger. Third place, Addison Rowe. Fourth place, Josie Hunter. Fifth place, Kiera Phillips. Sixth place, Bradley Messenger. Seventh place, Dakota Heath. Eighth place, Maxwell Dubell. Ninth place, Vivian Leak. And 10th place, Bailey Crow. Entering now for champion medium weight market goat, Chloe Taylor, Raylan Lucas, Berlin Schnee, and on standby, Kylie Phillips, Caslin Dornan, Elijah Messenger. On deck for heavyweight market goat, Vivian Lee, Josie Hunter, Aiden Andrews, Cole McGinnis, and Taylor Joswack.
Really a nice set of middleweights to look at. Let's give them a round of applause. As we look at these, again, I hope that there's a pattern that you're seeing here. We want goats with level tops and good hips in them. I say it everywhere that I judge. Ultimately, I know some of these young people would like to take these goats home and live in their backyards forever. But most of these goats are going to wind up in our food chain, whether we appreciate them or not. We gotta make products that will work for the consumers. Whether that consumer is us, and we're taking them home, and you do like I do, you put them in the freezer, and everybody comes over and goes, "Eat goat meat," but they eat it, and that's all another story. But again, we've got to take goats that are functional, goats that will grow well, goats that will do well. Plus goats that have that look, plus, again, goats that will cut an acceptable carcass. And I think we've done a good job here. Let's give these young folks a round of applause, and I'll pick us a grand in reserve.
Champion medium weight market goat, Raylan Lucas. Reserve champion medium weight market goat, Gage Workman. Entering now for heavyweight market goat, Vivian Lee, Josie Hunter, Aiden Andrews, Cole McGinnis, Keelan Joswiak. On deck for heavyweight market goat, Anna Andrews, Kaiser Taylor, Casey Mell, Reese Ritter, and Caslin Doran. Judge, this is your class.
In this first class of heavyweights, we've got one that kind of rises to the top pretty easy. He's certainly long-sided and tall-fronted and productive looking. When we get to these bigger weights, we certainly got to fight the fact that some of these goats are carrying an extra cover. This guy's pretty bare in terms of his kind of cover. I'm guessing he's probably a mid-90s kind of a weight. I really like the length of side. I joke all the time about the old goat stretcher in the backyard. You must have had him on that because he's the longest goat we've seen today in terms of length from hip to shoulder. Just a nicely designed kind of a big leather. We get into second, we get one that might even outpower our first place leather in terms of total volume of muscle. One that's carrying a little more cover around the middle of his body. That's a product that has to be trimmed away. But I appreciate the fact that you get underneath this guy, he's opened up. He's big and he's white, he's got a good forearm on him. If you're one of the dude like me that likes to feed out leathers, he's one that I like to feed all day long. He's probably done really well for you. We get into third, we get one that's very similar to our second place goat. In not just because he's red in terms of type and kind. They're both opened up. The third place one might be a bit longer sided than our second place goat, but just not as open through the bottom part of his as our second place goat was. We've got two down here on the bottom. Sure, they're carrying extra cover. A lot of us are carrying extra cover. We don't like to see that. But I appreciate the fact they've grown and they've done well for you, and you pick goats like that, because I said it before, there's folks on the top of the class that wish their goats probably ate like yours did. So let's give them a round of applause.
First place, Aiden Andrews. Second place, Vivian Lee. Third place, Kaylin Joslap. Fourth place, Cole McGinnis. Fifth place, Josie Hunter. Entering now for heavyweight market goat: Anna Andrews, Kaiser Taylor, Casey Mell, Reese Ritter, and Kathleen Gordon. On deck for champion heavyweight market goat: Aiden Andrews, Vivian Lee, and the top two from this class.
Okay, in this class of heavyweights, and I'll be real honest with you, I get to judge, I don't know, 30, 35, 40 shows a year, and when they tell me, hey, we've got the heavyweight classes coming, you think, good grief. Where are you going to see goats that somebody tried to starve, or goats that are a year old and just way past their prime? My hat's off to you, because I'm not seeing that. I'm seeing goats that have been well taken care of and well fed, and that's why we do this. So whether we're going to start with, he's got a good top end. He's big-sided, big bone, growthy. He's got an awful lot of good about him for a wether of that size. You normally don't see wethers that big that have that kind of volume and muscle and are freer of fat. So good job, young lady. Whether he's second is one that we need to clean that middle up a little bit on him. But boy, if you look at him, he's got an awful good hip in him. I really like that. I'd like to square him up in that tail head a little bit, but he's certainly long-sided. He's got a lot of good product in him, and that's why we do this. We've got a big chromed up weather down here in the next hole that's long-sided and big bone and open. He's just like the rest of us. As we get older, we can more cover than we need to. In his cod or his scrotum, as we talked about this, he starts to put fat in there. That's the first place they'll put fat. Steers and goats do the same thing. So as that scrotum fills up more, that's what we see. He's just carrying more cover than he needs to. Nice big red leather down here. Again, a good feeding kind of a goat, a good profile kind of a goat, just carrying more cover than we need to see. This guy down here on the bottom kind of gets narrow on his underneath and it's just not quite as square up to that hip as we like to see. But again, one that has got to a big weight and probably done well for you. Let's give him a round of applause.
First place, Reese Ritter. Second place, Kyler Taylor. Third place, Casey Mel. Fourth place, Jocelyn Dornan. Fifth place, Anna Andrews. Entering now for champion heavyweight market goat. Vivian Lee, Aiden Andrews, Kaiser Taylor, and Reese Ritter. The champion heavyweight market goat is sponsored by Swiss Hills Carolines. And the reserve champion heavyweight market goat is sponsored by Smith Sawdust Studio. If you guys are in the crowd and would like to present the award, please come to the announcer stand.
Okay, let's give these young people a round of applause. We've got four really big and bold kind of heavyweights. And again, you don't go to a lot of fairs and get to see a lot of big goats that have this kind of quality. So my hats off to you that way. You've done a good job feeding, conditioning, selection. You've done a good job. A lot of these big goats are just, they're tough to manage. And you guys have done a good job managing these goats. They are goats that are productive, that are tall-fronted and big and bold about their top lines. And for the most part, they're freer of fat than one would expect for goats that are pushing 100 pounds plus. So again, congratulations. I'm going to put the mic down and find us a grand in reserve here. Let's give them another round of applause.
Champion heavyweight market goat, Reese Ritter. Reserve champion heavyweight market goat, Kaiser Taylor. Entering the ring now for grand champion market goat, Chloe Taylor, Kaiser Taylor, Raylan Lucas, Gage Workman, Reese Ritter, Kaiser Taylor. Judge this is your class. The Grand Champion Market Goat is sponsored by Tom Kreuzer in memory of Donna Kreuzer. If you're in the stands and would like to present the award, come to the announcer's stand. The Reserve Grand Champion Market Goat is sponsored by Respects Food Markets. If anyone from Respects is in the crowd and would like to present the award, please come to the announcer's stand.
All right, let's give these young folks a round of applause as we get through this market goat show. Hopefully, again, you've seen a pattern. My wife, who very rarely travels with me, and get this, in Hawaii has an all-species national show, and I get to go there in 2 years to do that. Guess who's coming with me? Yeah, she won't come to Belmont County, but by golly, and I stayed down the road, by the way. I said, Judy, there's a ton of shopping down there, and she could have shopped all day. But at any rate, when she does come with me, she says, you know, after 3 or 4 classes, this looks really easy. Said, I can do what you do. Well, then obviously do it. And she probably could. She's seen it enough. But that is what it's supposed to be. You should be able to look after 4 or 5 classes and say, he's going to use this one, this one, this one, and this one. And we put together a set here that not only meets the eye test, but also meets the test of being good product, being able to put good product on our table. We've got goats that are tall fronted. We've got a couple more moderate frame goats because that's what they brought to me, so that's what we used. But goats that are big and powerful and deep in their twist, big in their forearms, long in their body. That's what we got to do. We got to pick goats like this. I know we've got more to do, and I always try and say just, my dad was a nationally known hog judge for a long time, and he always said, Jimmy, when you go somewhere, leave them a little better than you found them, and I don't know whether I do that or not, but I'll do that anyway. I live by 3 rules, and I've got like 5,000 Facebook followers, and if you're one of my followers, you may have seen my rules. The first rule is never forsake your family. You're going to need them someday. We needed our family. We've had several losses in my family in the last year. We've needed hugs and we've needed support. Don't forsake your family. You might need to move a refrigerator, and you need them to be there for you. Number 2, young people do good deeds. My land, if suddenly you get a chance to do something for somebody, do it. It will come back to you. Might not be today, might not be tomorrow, might not be in 20 years. Do good deeds. Don't do one day, do 10 days if you have an opportunity. It will not go unfound. The third thing that I live by, don't set your goat's feet too far back. It looks stupid. And those have served me very well over my judging career. But again, I know I've got more work to do. Thank you folks for putting up with my ramblings and everything that I do. Hopefully we taught some things today and we've learned some things. I'm going to find us a grand reserve here. Let's give these kids a round of applause for an excellent set there.
The grand champion market goat is Raylan Lucas. The reserve grand champion market goat is Chloe Taylor. Entering the ring now for dairy goats over 2 years old. Lemon Star, Laura Ogilvy, Callie S. Brzezinski, Cassidy Brzezinski, Cassidy Brzezinski, Cassidy Brzezinski, Laura Ogilvy, Liam Rowe, Callie S. Brzezinski, and Callie S. Brzezinski. On deck for dairy goats senior dairy pit, Liam Rowe, Cassidy Brzezinski, and Callie S. Brzezinski.
Nice set older there, good. Just give him a round of applause. Tell you, I'm full of stories. I jumped somewhere this year, and it was about half dairy goods, I guess. And somebody walked up to me after I got done and said, "Thank God they got a dairy goods this year." And I looked around like, "Well, are they talking about me?" And all kidding aside, we raised dairy goods for a long time, and I like to think I study my craft quite a bit. We've got a Nigerian to begin with that certainly fits a lot of things we look for in these dairy goods. She's flat in her bone, showing us some dairy character, long and extended in that neck, really good through that brisket. She's really wide when you get into that discussion, just a nicely designed kind of a dairy good. We get into second, we get into one that's not quite showing us the dairy character of our first place good, not a little bit rounder bone, but I really appreciate the openness to the center part of her body. These goats, whether we know it or not, are factories. They take food in and put milk out. And we've got to make sure they've got some dimension to them to produce that kind of milk. This dough certainly does have that kind of dimension. As we work our way down to Nigerian and third, same type of deal. Not quite as open through that rib cage as the dough in second. But the dough I really like for running uphill. She's really put together correctly from hips to thorls. Just a nicely designed kind of a dough. The little dough is kind of an anomaly here. She's one that's obviously been bred, one that's not quite as big in her total design, but we certainly appreciate the dairy character she shows us. As we work into our older goats that we've got down here, they're not down here because they're older, bigger goats. They're just kind of round in their bone patterns, and we need these dairy goats to look like dairy goats. They need to be flat in their bone pattern and longer necks. And as we work down, we got goats that are the same. They're a little rounder in their bone patterns, a little shorter in their necks. We need to extend them just a little more. But a really nice set of older does. Let's give them a round of applause.
First place, Laura Ogilvie. Second place, Laura Ogilvie. Third place, Kelly S. Brzezinski. Fourth place, Liam Rowe. Fifth place, Cassidy Brzezinski. Sixth place, Cassidy Brzezinski. Seventh place, Callie S. Brzezinski. Eighth place, Lemon Star. Ninth place, Callie S. Brzezinski. And 10th place, Cassidy Brzezinski. Entering the ring now for senior dairy kid, Liam Rowe, Cassidy Brzezinski, Callie S. Brzezinski. On deck for junior dairy kid, Lemon Star. Judge, this is your class.
Okay, I'm going to leave these just as they're standing, and we're going to start with the small Nigerian doe up here in the front. The doe that will do very well on the dairy scorecard in terms of her levelness, of her dairy character, her length of body. From hips to thorax, she's the most level of anyone here in the class. Certainly got a great set to those feet and legs. She's got a good future as a dairy goat. I believe she's an awfully good one. We get into second. We get one that's a little better maybe in the front end than our first place goat, but doesn't quite have the length of body or that correctness from hip to thorough that our first place goat has. Though in third, I appreciate the size and scale of this doe. I don't like those rear legs. I wish she had a little better set to those rear legs. Got just a little more curve to that hop than we really need to see. And that's really easy to fix. You find a buck that's got a really good set of feet and legs, and you fix that very quickly. She's very good otherwise in terms of length of body, length of neck. Really like that bird. We just need, these animals are breeding animals. We want them to be around for a long time. If they're not good on their feet and legs, they're not going to be. And that's the short and simple of it. Let's give them a round of applause.
First place, Liam Rowe. Second place, Taliesin Brzezinski. Third place, Cassidy Brzezinski. Entering the ring now for Junior Dairy Kid, Lemon Star. On deck for Grand Champion Dairy Goat, Laura Ogilvy, Liam Rowe, Taliesin Brzezinski in the top of this class. The Grand Champion Dairy Goat is sponsored by Dale and Lynn Bell. The Reserve Grand Champion Dairy Goat is sponsored by Lynn Park Farms. If you are in the crowd to present the award, please come to the announcer stand.
Really a nice kid to look at here. Let's give her a round of applause. As Nigerians go, this is a very good kid. She's very green. She's got a lot of growing and changing she can do, but she's showing us adequate length. She's good on her feet and legs. Certainly a long, elegant kind of a neck. From hips to thorax, she could use a little correctness there, but she's not bad. We just like the way this little goat's designed.
First place, Lemon Star. Entering the ring now for Grand Champion Dairy Goat, Laura Ogilvy, Liam Rowe, Taliesin Brzezinski, and Lemon Star. On deck for Junior Doe, Chloe Taylor, Emma Welch, Raylan Lucas, Rylan Leister, Raylan Lucas, Carson Johnson, Trenton Brzezinski, and Lillian Wise.
Give these young folks a hand for bringing us a nice set dairy goat. Like I said, I do my little bit as a dairy goat judge and get to judge a lot of them at county fairs. And county fair judges do themselves a great disservice if they don't learn some of these kinds of things. And I was forced to as we fed dairy goats for years. But we've got a nice set here. We've got goats that are good on their feet and legs, that are showing us good dairy character. And if you young people have questions, if I can be helpful about some of these dairy goat questions, I'd be awfully happy to help you guys. But we've got an awfully good set here to look at. Very small set, but a good representative set. Let's give another round of applause as I find us a grand reserve.
The Grand Champion Dairy Goat is Laura Ogilvy, and the Reserve Grand Champion Dairy Goat is Laura Ogilvy. Entering now for Junior Doe: Chloe Taylor, Emma Welch, Raylan Lucas, Rylan Leister, Raylan Lucas, Carson Johnson, Trenton Brzezinski, and Lillian Wise. On deck for Yearling Doe: Trenton Brzezinski, Vivian Lee, Liam Rowe, and Eva Smutney. Judge, this is your class.
As we evaluate the set, there's some things that I look for and that I value when I raised Boer goats for a long time. And I buy a lot of them, and I advise some people on some of their herds. So the things I pick are things that I value and I see working in other people's herds. The doe we'll start with is certainly long-sided, certainly big and powerful up front. She's stout-boned. She's probably the tremendous doe we've got in this class. Just really like the elegance that this doe shows us. She's certainly long neck. This is an attractive, eye-feeling kind of a female. We did the second, and I went back and forth with these two. I like the rib shape on the first place doe a little better than I like the rib shape on this second place doe. I like the form and function in the second place doe a little more than I liked it in the first place doe. I think our second place doe is just a little shorter from hip to shoulder. Really like that elegant neck and that big stoutness above. She's certainly a well-presented, good kind of a female. We get into third, we kind of change types a little bit. We've certainly got a long body, powerful kind of a doe. This just doesn't balance up real well. You get in front of her, she's really, really nice. I love this thing up front. I get in behind her, and I start to have issues when I get to that hip loin junction and get in behind her to that switch. It just gets a little narrower than I like to see. I wish she matched just a tick better, but she's certainly a good, productive, big kind of a doe. Doe in fourth, I went back and forth on what to do with her. I think she's a kind of a little early maturing, meaning that she's a little shorter neck. She's certainly big body, certainly growthy. I think you got to be careful when you use her to breed that you don't perpetuate that and make little shorter neck wethers and does. She's certainly got a ton of muscle. We got to just make sure we use the right kind of a male on this girl to make sure we're making the right kind of kids. Got another good one down here. This is a really deep class in terms of does. We've got one that's not quite as tall fronted, but certainly long enough. Just gets kind of narrow when you get underneath her. Young man down here in the paisley shirt's got one that's real eye appealing. Just kind of flat-sided though. We like to round out that rib shape just a little more and put her on some heavier bone. The greenest goat in the class is down here, and I don't say that because she's small. I say that because she's got a lot of changing that she's going to do and a lot of growth. I think she's pretty good. I just think she's not quite big enough to play with some of these girls up here. You bring her back next year on a little more even playing field, and she probably wears the rest of them out. We've got two down here that just need some size and some openness to compete with those up ahead of them. Let's give another round of applause.
First place, Carson Johnson. Second place, Rylan Leister. Third place, Chloe Taylor. Fourth place, Raylan Lucas. Fifth place, Emma Welch. Sixth place, Raylan Lucas. Seventh place, Raylan Lucas. Eighth place, Lillian Wise. Ninth place, Trenton Brzezinski. Entering the ring now for yearling doe, Trenton Brzezinski, Vivian Lee, Liam Rowe, Emma Smutney. On deck for does over 2, Liam Rowe, Lillian Wise, and Trenton Brzezinski. Judge, this is your class.
This class of does, we're going to leave them as they're standing out here. We've got a big black doe here that's kind of marked up some really cool markings on this doe. But it does, it's really open in her design. You get in front of her, she's really busted open through that rib cage and carries that width all the way back really well. She's open again through those ribs and big and round, and we really like that about her. She's long necked and feminine. Though in second is another one, certainly long-sided. I like that about her. She's tall-fronted, long neck. She's not quite as open in her design as the first place doe, but one that's certainly good enough to drop in that two-hole. Though in third, we need to balance up a little better. She's a little better on her front end than she is on her back end. Just a little steeper made and a little narrower in that rear third of her body.
First place, Vivian Lee. Second place, Liam Rowe. Third place, Eva Smutney. Entering the ring now for does over 2, Liam Rowe, Lillian Wise, and Trenton Brzezinski. On deck for Grand Champion Breeding Meet Doe, Carson Johnston, Rylan Leister, Vivian Lee, Liam Rowe, and the top 2 from this class.
As we look at these older does, we've got a big apple doe here to start with. It's tall fronted and big bones and long neck, long sided. You can use a lot of the superlatives on her. She looks like she's a productive kind of a female and will continue to be really good on those feet and legs. As they get older, we tend to get a little more critical of the feet and legs because we want them to last a long time. You don't want to do the last 4 years. You want them to last 8 years, 9 years. They got to be good on our feet and legs to do that. We've got one in second that's a little smaller scale, but boy, you get in front of her, she's full apart. She's certainly wide enough. We like her to be bigger. I told the young man, I'm a big fan of some of these bigger frame does just because they tend to do better. In the pecking order, they tend to be at the top instead of at the bottom. Those does require less management than some of the other ones. Though in third's a little finer bone, not quite as stout and big and bold through that rib cage as the goats up ahead, but a doe again that looks like she's probably been pretty productive for the young people. Let's give them a round of applause.
First place, Liam Rowe. Second place, Trenton Brzezinski. And third place, Lillian Wise. Entering now for Grand Champion Breeding Meet Doe, Carson Johnson, Rylan Leister, Vivian Lee, Liam Rowe, and Trenton Brzezinski. Judge, this is your class. The Grand Champion Breeding Meet Day is sponsored by Wild Four Goat Farm, Danny and Laura Wild. The Reserve Grand Champion Breeding Meet Day is sponsored by KFC A&W Restaurant Barnesville. If, if you're in the crowd and want to present the award, please come to the announcer stand.
Okay, let's give these young people a round of applause as we haven't had a lot of goods in this breeding show, but we've had a lot of good goods. We've got a lot of good things to see. We've got older does that are good on their feet and legs. We've got a middle set of does that are showing us some volume and growthiness. Does that if they haven't been bred yet, they're ready to breed, and they're in good enough shape too. And we got a couple of young does down here who are just off the charts with potential, and that famous P word that everybody talks about. But I think these two have the ability to live up to the way they look. So I'm going to put the mic down and find us a grand and reserve. Let's give them all a round of applause.
Grand Champion Breeding Meet Doe, Carson Johnson. Reserve Grand Champion Breeding Meet Doe, Brandon Leister. Entering now for does under 1 year old, Luke Burkhardt. On deck for does over 1 year old, Luke Burkhardt.
nice little pygmy doe in this single entry class. A doe, we work a little bit on education here. This doe is a gray Goody, it's under a year old. We've raised all breeds of goats for 35 years. The one constant we've always had pygmy goats. I think I've got, if I don't have the oldest NPG everything in the country, I'm really close. They're the ones that have always stayed because they're the easiest to keep in when I'm out running around. So pygmy goats have always been near and dear to my heart. And just tell you a funny story really quick. When I go to Judge County fairs, they look at my Facebook profile and they say, good God, he's like pygmy goats. What have we done? I went to the last fair and said, hey, that guy did showmanship down in Louisville. So I double the market goat judge too. But this is a pygmy goat that's correctly colored, correct about her head. You want those eyes pulled apart wide. You want those ears up on the side of her head. So we've got when you want a copy appearance, that body, you want them short and wide. I preach about length in these market goods. You don't want these guys long, you want them shorter. The young man, you're doing a nice job with this one. Let's give him a round of applause.
First place, Luke Burkhart. Entering now for doe over 1 year old, Luke Burkhart. On deck for wether over 1 year, Nathan Moore. Judge, this is your class.
We've got another nice little gray Goody doe here. That's a little older, but she's correctly marked. She's got a partial belly band on her show side, which is good. I love to see belly bands. It makes them look flashy. But she's wide at the point of the jaw. Again, she's got those ears high on her head. That's what we want. She's got a moderate ear size to her. Some of the pygmy goats we see today are starting to get some larger, more pendulous ears on them, and we don't like that at all. We want to keep those ears smaller and up on the sides of their head. So a nice pygmy doe. Let's give him a round of applause.
First place, Luke Burkhart. Entering now for wether over 1 year, Nathan Moore. Entering now for Grand Champion Pygmy Goat is Luke Burkhart. The Grand Champion Pygmy Goat is sponsored by Tom and Kathy Miller. The Reserve Grand Champion Pygmy Goat is sponsored by Temple's View Farm. If you're in the crowd and would like to present the award, please come to the announcer stand.
For a champion pygmy, we'll use the older doe. Not to take anything away from the younger doe. The older doe just showing us a better pattern of maturity. She's, again, wide at the point of the jaw, wide back through that escutcheon. We call it the twist in market goats. They call it the escutcheon in dairy goats and pygmy goats. So that'll be your grand champion. The younger that will be your reserve.
Grand champion pygmy goat, Luke Burkhart. Reserve grand champion pygmy goat, Luke Burkhart. Entering now for does over 1 year old, Jaden Clark, Cecilia Brocklehurst, Aaron Crawford, and Zoe Crawford.
This class, we've got one goat that's, I think the young lady said should be due Christmas Day. That's part Nigerian, so she's not going to be a big scale doe by any stretch. But a doe that's well groomed, looks like she's been healthy, and whatever you decide to do with this doe, she's going to do a good job for you, I think. Let's give her a round of applause.
First place, Jada Clark. Entering the ring now for whether over 1 year old, Cecilia Brocklehurst, Aaron Crawford, and Zoe Crawford. On deck for grand champion multi-specialty goats, Jaden Clark in the top two from this class.
this weather class has an anomaly in it. We've got a pack goat out here, and pack goats are really cool. I got to judge a pack goat show yesterday. I think we had 50-some pack goats in it. It took longer than the market show did. But pack goats are really neat. Number one, they require a lot of work. As this young lady will probably tell you, because she seems to be pretty knowledgeable about this, they make better pack animals than horses and donkeys do. They can carry more weight. They can go places. Anybody that races goats knows goats can go places that a horse can't go. They'll go anywhere. And they require less food. They can carry more weight per pound than a horse or a mule can. And you've done a nice job of getting this goat ready to go to a room. When you judge a pack goat class, you look at how well managed the goat is, how well managed the pack is, and how well managed mule. And my hat's off to you, you've done all three of those things. Young man, with the weather here, it's a big weather. That's a good looking dude, he really is. And I told you, a lot of people start a pack goat class here. And working obstacle course and everything, but he looks like a well-behaved kind of a weather. Take the next step. He would make a good pack goat. Young lady in third, you've got one that he's only a year removed from being a fair refugee, but again, make these goats into something. They can be pack goats or harness goats or things like that. That's what's fun about some of these bigger weathers. They're really big and strong and easy to take care of. So let's give them a round of applause.
First place, Cecilia Brocklehurst. Second place, Aaron Crawford. Third place, Zoe Crawford. Entering now for Grand Champion Multi-Specialty Goat, Cecilia Brocklehurst, Aaron Crawford, and Jada Clark. Judge, this is your class. The Grand Champion Multi-Specialty Goat is sponsored in memory of Jerry and Sandy Wilds.
All right, let's give these young folks a round of applause. I'll give you my quick 2-cent spiel on kids showing goats like this. There are tons of fairs that have walked away from shows like this. Too much work, not enough kids, all this stuff. Well, there's not enough kids because you don't put any time into it. We would rather have kids in this 4-H program showing these goats, however you show them, whether they're pack goats, whether you're showing just the weather out here, or whether you're bringing a doe out here as a backyard pet. We need to encourage people to do those kind of things, because if you're not doing those kind of things, maybe you're not even in the program. Our 4-H program, and I get to sit on, I actually sit on a national 4-H board, and I have tasked all the 4-H advisors that I talk to with engaging the non-show young people. The people that show market goats on the top end, they're always going to be here. The people like you guys may not always be here. We've got to make sure that you guys feel welcome, and this fair does that, and you need to thank them for that. They make opportunities for you. The key is for you to talk to your friends and make opportunities for them. But You guys have done a phenomenal job. Thank you. Is this the last class today? Folks, I appreciate y'all having me and put up with my rants and raves and stupid jokes and all those kind of things. I sincerely mean it. Please take care of your families, young people, do good deeds, hug your loved ones. You don't know how long you got them. Make sure that you tell them you love them at the end of every day if you get the opportunity. Folks, God bless you, be safe, and thank you for having me.
Grand Champion Cecilial Rocklehurst. We would like to thank the judge for coming out to the fair and also congratulate all of our Junior Fair Goat exhibitors. We also want to thank everyone for coming out to the 2024 Belmont County Junior Fair Goat Show, sponsored by Barnesville Livestock.